All right, bowlers, your arrows are up. You may begin. Good luck and good bowling to everybody.
All right, welcome bowling fans. Coming to you from our OHSAA sectional tournament, Northwest District, or Northwest Sectional, I should say. Today, the teams on lane 3 starting out will be Liberty Center. On lane 4 are Napoleon Wildcats. Lane 5, Tenora. Lane 6, Bryan. And those will be the TV pairs. And then down on lane 11 is Evergreen, Ottawa Glandorf, Patrick Henry, and Delta. And then down on starting at lane 19, we have Swanton, Wauseon, Miller City, and Lincoln View. Today's match will consist of 3 individual games, followed by 5 Baker games and total pins, and the teams will be ranked, and the top 3 will move on to the district tournament being held next week. So since boys is on Thursday, it'll be held on Friday of next week at Interstate Lanes. So Andrew Gallagher's ready to go for the Wildcats, and he starts out with 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8. If I can get somebody out in the chat to give me a heads up to hear me, I appreciate it. And a strike from Tenora on lane number 5. Andrew now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Nicely done. That'll bring up Slade McCorkle. Liberty Center starting out with 2 strikes over on lane number 3. Slade lets his ball go. And he gets 9, leaves 10 pin. Nine count for Liberty on lane number 3, leaving a 10 pin. Slade now, spare attempt, picks it up. And Liberty Center misses their spare attempt on lane 3. Tenora splits. Hunter Ehlers up for Napoleon. He gets 9. Again leaves the 10 pin. Still waiting for confirmation in the chat that you guys can hear me. All right, thank you for the confirmation. Hunter now, spare attempt. And he missed inside. So an open frame for Hunter. Eight for Tenora over on lane number 5. Missed the head pin, leaves the 1-3. Brennan Babcock up now for the Wildcats. And Brennan drops all 10. Strike for him. So Liberty starting out with 4 strikes out of the first 5 bowlers in the first frame. Nice pick up there by Tenora in lane number 5. Riley Ehlers now, one of our seniors. And a strike for Riley. So our 2 seniors, Brennan and Riley, both with strikes in the first frame of this first individual game. Andrew up now, lane 3 for his second frame. Good looking ball, leaves a 10 pin. And another split for Tenor, this time the 210 on lane number 5. Andrew up now for a spare attempt on lane 3. And another early spare miss for the Wildcats. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 4. So that's a double for him. Slade now, second frame. And he drops all 10 for a strike. Liberty Center, another nice looking ball on lane 4 and another strike. Hunter Ehlers, Napoleon on lane 3, goes left of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin standing. Brian misses a spare attempt on lane number 5. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 4. Hunter now, spare attempt. And he's got it. Nice ball for a strike there by Brian on lane number 5. Spare attempt from Liberty Center, picks it up on lane 4. Brennan up now. And Brennan gets 9. I thought maybe the messenger would roll over and get the 10, but it didn't. Just kind of laid up next to it. Brennan, spare attempt, picks it up. And another strike for Liberty Center on lane number 4. Brian also drops all 10 for a strike on lane 5. Riley now, lane 3. And all 10 go down for Riley, so he doubles up. Another strike for Brian on lane number 5. Andrew up now, lane 4 for Napoleon. And he pulled that one way left and ends up leaving the 1-9-10. And a strike for Liberty Center over on lane number 3. Boys look a little bit tense out there, not quite as relaxed as they were at the NLL tournament to start with. And Andrew again pulls that one to the left, misses his spare attempt. So he'll end up with 7 for the third frame. Boys just need to relax and trust their shot. Reach out for their target. Keep their feet smooth. Slade up now. And the 2-pin goes down for a strike. So Slade with the double now in the second and third frames. Nice looking ball by Tenora there on lane number 5 for a strike. And Liberty Center picks up 5 more. That's 8 total in the third frame for them. And Hunter laces one right in the pocket. Strike for him. Nine count for Tenora. Can't get the 7-pin to drop. That's on lane number 5. Liberty up now, lane number 3, working on a double. That one looks like it might have been a little bit high, leaves the 4-pin, pickup of 9. Brennan going through his pre-shot routine. And that one's a strike. So Brennan starting out with strike, spare, strike. Nice ball from Tenora there for a strike on lane number 5. Riley up now for Napoleon. And the messenger rolls behind the 10-pin. Pickup of 9 for Riley. Liberty Center sends all 10 back. Riley now spare attempt on lane number 4. And he picks that up. And a nice spare pickup there for Tenora on lane number 5. Andrew up now, lane number 3. And he picks up 8, leaves the 3-9. And another strike for Liberty Center. That's 4 in the first 4 frames for him. Andrew now spare attempt. This one can be a little tricky with this, the sleeper pin in behind. But Andrew makes it look easy, picks it up. Liberty Center misses the pocket, leaves the 1-2-8, pickup of 7 on his first ball. Brian, spare attempt, picks it up on lane 5. Slade up now. Working on a double here. And the messenger goes behind again. Leaves the 10-pin standing. Nice pickup by Liberty Center there on lane number 4. Spare for them in the 4th frame. That was their second bowler. Brian with a strike just a moment ago on lane number 5. Slade now, spare attempt. And he's inside, misses his spare attempt on the 10-pin. Not sure if the boys are just rushing their shot or if they're over-rotating. Shoulders just not staying square to their target line. Hunter now, and a strike for Hunter. So Hunter doubles up, strikes in the 3rd and 4th frame. Liberty Center getting 9 on lane 4, leaving a 10-pin. Brian's faced with a 2-10 on lane number 5, ends up picking up 1. Brennan now, lane number 3. And that time the messenger found the 10-pin. Strike for Brennan. And Liberty Center misses a 10-pin inside on lane 4. Riley up now, lane number 3. And Riley drops all 10. There's a strike for him. So 3 strikes out of the first 4 frames for Riley. 3 strikes out of the first 4 for Brennan. So this is just the first stop on our road back to state, hopefully. We need to go through sectionals, districts, and then finally state. Liberty Center with a strike a moment ago on lane number 4. Or no, I'm sorry, that was a spare. Never mind, I'm looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard. Now Liberty Center's up on lane number 3. And he gets another strike. Andrew Gallagher now, lane number 4. And all 10 go down for Andrew. So a strike for him. And Liberty Center with another strike on lane 3. Slade up now for Napoleon. And he gets all 10 to go down. So a strike for Slade. And Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 3. So Liberty Center and Napoleon trading strikes back and forth here in this 5th frame of the first game. Hunter. That one comes in just a little light, ends up leaving the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Liberty now, lane 3. Adds another strike. And the 2-hander from Tenor goes to the left side of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 6 pin. Hunter ends up chopping, gets 2 out of the 4 for a total of 8 in the 5th frame. And Liberty Center clears the deck again. So all 5 bowlers with strikes in the 5th frame for Liberty Center. And Sonora picks up their spare on lane number 5. Brennan up now, lane number 4. And a strike for Brennan. So 3 in a row now for Brennan. He's starting to get dialed in. And a little light on Tenora on lane number 5, leaves the 210 behind. Riley now, lane 4. And all 10 back, another strike for Riley. Andrew now, lane number 3. And there's all 10 for Andrew. That shot looked much more relaxed than some of his earlier attempts. So back-to-back strikes for Andrew in the 5th and 6th frames. Slade now, lane number 3. And another strike for Slade. That's a double for him. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 5. Liberty Center up now, lane number 4. This is their first bowler. And another strike for him. And a strike for Hunter on lane number 3 for Napoleon. Bouncing back after the previous open frame. 8 for Tenora, or I'm sorry, 7 for Tenora, leaving the 1-2-10 on lane number 5. Liberty Center now, lane 4. Ends up pulling that one way left. Doesn't hurt him too bad. He had a strike in the previous frame. Nice ball from Brennan, drops all 10. So now that's 4 strikes in a row for Brennan. And a pickup of 7 for Liberty Center on lane number 4. Riley up now, lane 3. And Riley gets 9. Other pin won't quite spin far enough to take out the 6th pin. And another strike for Liberty Center. That's now 4 in a row for their 3rd bowler. And a strike for Brian on lane 5. Riley picks up his spare. And 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 10 pin on lane 4. Spare attempt from Liberty on lane 4, and he misses it to the right. Liberty Center's first bowler back up, lane number 3. And he ends up getting 9, leaving the 7 pin. Good run for him, though. He had the front 6 before the 7 pin refused to go down. And Liberty with another 7 pin left on lane number 4. Liberty now, spare attempt, picks it up. Brian picks up the bucket on lane number 5. Liberty, spare attempt on lane 4, picks up the 7 pin. All right, so we're a little more midway through this first game. We're entering the 7th frame. Liberty going left of the head pin, picks up 8, leaves the 5-9. Andrew up now on lane number 4. And a strike for Andrew. So that's now 3 in a row for Andrew. Liberty spare attempt, picks it up. Slade up now for Napoleon. And that one goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. And Brian picks up their spare on lane number 5. And Liberty with a strike on lane 3. That's now 5 in a row for their 3rd bowler. I want to say that's Wes Wilhelm. Another strike for Liberty over on lane number 3. And Hunter picks up 8, leaves the 2-5. Liberty with another strike over on lane number 3. Ryan misses their spare opportunity on the 3-10 on lane 5. So 8 total for him in the frame. Nice pickup there by Hunter. Picks up the 2-5. Nora up now on lane number 5. And he gets that one started a little too far outside, ends up in the channel. And Brennan drops 9, leaves the 7 pin. Might have been a little soft in the pocket. Nora's spare attempt. Gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. So 9 total for the frame. Brennan picks up the spare there. So that Tenora bowler had 4 strikes in a row before the 7th frame. Andrew now, lane number 3, picks up 8, leaves the 3-9. Riley now, lane 4. And he leaves the 4-7. Tenora gets 8 on lane 5, leaves the 3-10. Andrew's spare pickup. And again, he makes it look simple. That one is not that easy. Very easy to chop. Riley picks up his spare. So back-to-back spares for Riley in the 6th and 7th frame. Tenora picks up 1 out of 2 of the split left behind, picking up the 3 pin. Slade a little light in the pocket. The 10 pin's wobbling, but it refuses to go down. They say the pin only has to go over about 7.5 degrees for it to fall down. Well, that must have been 7.25 because it was wobbling quite a bit. Spare attempt from Slade, and dead on. Nine count from Tenora, leaving a 6 pin on lane number 5 after swinging it out wide. And another strike from Liberty Center. And he's back on the strike train on lane 4. And Hunter gets 9, leaves a 4 pin on lane number 3. Nice spare pickup from Tenora there on lane number 5. And a 9 count, leaving a stone 9 on lane 4 for Liberty Center. Hunter spare pickup, got it. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 5. Liberty Center spare pickup, gets it. Brennan up now for Napoleon on lane 3. And he drops all 10 for the strike. So he gets back on the strike train as well. Brennan with 4 strikes in a row, then a spare, and now back on the strike with a strike. Riley up lane 3. And all 10 go down for Riley. Liberty Center strike on lane 4. Brian with a strike on lane number 5. Liberty Center gets the messenger to take out the 9 pin, picks up the strike. That's what was on lane 4. He doubles up. And an ugly split for Brian on lane number 5. Ends up leaving the 4-6-9. Liberty Center gets 8 to start the 9th frame. Ends up leaving the 6-9. Andrew now, lane 4, and all 10 go down for a strike. So a strike in the foundation frame for Andrew. And Brian does what he can and picks up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center makes their spare over on lane 3. Slade up now, lane 4. And the messenger goes in front of the 10 pin again. So 9 count for Slade on his first ball in the 9th frame. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane 3. Spare attempt from Slade, picks it up. And nope, the messenger rolls off the deck before it can take out the 10 pin. So 6 strikes in a row for Liberty Center, and now 9 count, leaving a 10 pin. Hunter up, lane 4. He drives all 10 back for a strike. So it looks like Liberty Center is going to take an early lead here in this first game, after this first game, but it's a long day. And Liberty Center misses their spare attempt, opens up in the 9th. He's sitting now with 2:06 in the 9th. Brendan Babcock now up on lane number 4. He's got a strike in the 8th frame. And he's got 9 in the to start the 9th frame, leaving a 10 pin. And a strike for Liberty Center. That's 3 in a row for their 4th bowler. Strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Brennan now, spare attempt. And he'll miss that one inside, so an open frame for Brennan, sitting at 197 currently in the 9th frame. And Liberty Center with a strike. That's 3 in a row for him as well. Sonora comes in light, misses the head pin, or I'm sorry, did get the head pin. That's a 2-5 down there. And Riley with a strike. That's back-to-back strikes in the 8th and 9th for him. So that'll bring up Andrew to start 10th frame here in this first individual game, first of 3. And he picks up 7, leaves the 2, 5, and 8. Nora, spare attempt. Chops, that one goes high. It's easy to do with that 2-5. Andrew now, spare attempt. Picks it up, so he'll get 1 more in the 10th. Tenora with a nice looking ball, but leaves the 10 pin standing. Liberty Center, first bowler. 10th frame, and he drops all 10. Strike to start the 10th. Andrew now, last ball, 10th frame. And a strike for Andrew. And a game of 193 for Andrew. Liberty Center, lane 4, second ball. Gets 9, can't get the 7 pin kicked out of there. Slade up now, lane 3. Gets 9, leaves 9 pin. Tenora just a moment ago, leaving the 3 pin standing, picks up 9. Tenora in their 9th frame. Liberty Center, last ball, 10th frame. And it picks up the 7, and a nice game of 249. I believe that's Tim Blanton for Liberty Center. Liberty Center goes left of the head pin, picks up the strike on lane 4. So he doubles up in the 9th and 10th. Slade McCorkle drops all 10 to start his 10th frame. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 5. That in the 9th frame. And another strike for Liberty Center on lane number 4. Hunter up now. And a strike for Hunter to start the 10th frame. So Slade McCorkle ended up with a game of 201. Liberty Center going high again, but it gets the kick. So another strike. 4-pin gets taken out by a pin rolling across the deck. And Hunter with another nice ball. Back-to-back strikes for him. 3 in a row now, starting in the 9th frame. Finishing strong. Liberty Center misses the head pin, comes in light, leaves the 1-2-4. Hunter now, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike. Those 3 strikes in a row, and Hunter finishes up with 200 right on the nose. So Andrew Gallagher, 193, Slade McCorkle, 201, and Hunter Ehlers, 200 to start this first individual game, or finish this first individual game. Still with Brennan and Riley to go. Liberty Center did pick up their spare a moment ago. Brennan up now. And the 10-pin slowly topples over, but it does fall for a strike. Liberty Center with another strike on lane number 4. That's now 3 in a row, going back to the is that the 7th frame? Strike for Brennan. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong bowler. So Liberty Center, first bowler finished with 249, second bowler 192. Third bowler, which we saw just bowl the strike, was 226. Brennan with another strike a moment ago. And Liberty misses their spare attempt, opens up in the 10th frame and finishes with 192. That's their 4th bowler. Brennan now, last ball, 10th frame, and another strike. So 3 in a row and a game of 227 for Brennan. Nice game, bud. Liberty Center's final bowler getting ready to start his 10th frame. Goes a little bit high, leaves the 4-7. Pickup of 8 to start things off. Riley now getting ready to close out game 1 here. And all 10 back for a strike. 3 in a row starting in the 8th frame. Liberty now, spare attempt. Picks it up. 1 more in the 10th. Riley now, second ball, 10th frame, and a strike for Riley. Riley now, last ball, 10th frame. And Riley finishes with 3 strikes in a row and a game of 246. Nice game, Riley. So Andrew, 193. Slade, 201. Hunter, 200. 227 for Brennan and 246 for Riley. It looks like 1067 for Liberty Center. We have 1091. Games of 249, 192, 226, 192, and 232. So 24 pins. Napoleon 24 pins behind Liberty Center right now. Brian splits, gets 8, leaves the 4-9. Tenora picks up their spare. So Brian with games of 212, 198, and 180 on their first 3 bowlers. Tenora looks like 186, 159, and 147. Brian picking up their spare, so he'll get 1 more in the 10th. Tenora picks up 8 more on their final ball. So 195 for Tenora's 4th bowler. Tenora with a strike. That's to start the 10th frame. All right, Tenora picks up 8. Leaves the 310 on lane 6. And Brian picks up 1 out of 2. So an open 10th frame. He finishes with 147. So Brian 212, 198, 180, 215, and 147 combined for a 952. And Tenora chops, picks up 1 more, so finishes with a game of 177. So Tenora looks like 186, 159, 147, 195, and 177 for an 864 total. Teams will switch lanes here. All right, we'll get started with this second individual game here momentarily as soon as the teams get situated. Once I get scores from game one, we'll report the scores as I get them. Looks like Napoleon will stay paired up with Liberty Center, and Tenora will stay paired up with Brian. Looks like some of the teams further down are still finishing up on game one. Got a nice turnout today for the sectional tournament. So appreciate all the fans coming out and appreciate all you joining us on the live stream. If you haven't already done so, please join the channel, show your support. All right, Brian gets things started off in the second game and starts things out with a strike. Brian's second bowler out of the gate picks up 8, leaving the 1-7, or I'm sorry, the 5-7. Tenora on lane 4 goes high, leaves the 6-10, pickup of 8. Andrew Gallagher now, lane number 5, getting things started on game number 2. Man, that one looked good. Splits the 1-3 pocket for the strike. Ball rolls off the deck right between the 8 and the 9, just like it's drawn up in all the books. And Liberty Center leaving the Greek Church, the 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Not the way he wanted to start game 2. Slade McCorkle with a strike for Napoleon. Tenora picks up their spare. And Liberty Center picks up 3. That's about all you can do with that lead. Hunter goes left side. Brooklyn picks up the strike, though. And Tenora with 9 count, leaving the 10 pin on lane number 4. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. Brings up Brennan for Napoleon on lane 5. He pulled that one a little bit. Brooklyn strike, though. And a missed spare by Tenora there on lane number 4. And Liberty Center with 7, leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 6. Riley up now, close out this first frame, game number 2. And leaves a 10 pin. And Tenora drops all 10 for the strike over on lane number 4. And a nice spare pickup by Liberty Center there on lane number 6. Oh, and Riley lets that one get too far right on him, and it drops into the channel. An open frame from Riley. Needs to shake that one off. Nice ball there for Tenora for the strike on lane number 4. Left-hander swinging it out wide, bringing it back into the 1-2 pocket. I'm sorry, that was Tenora's strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center up to start frame number 2. And he gets 9, leaves the 4-pin behind. Almost the 4-9, but fortunately that one went down for him. Liberty Center closing out frame number 1 on lane 6. Gets 9 to start. Leaves a 10-pin. Spare attempt from Liberty Center. And he's got it. And Brian with 9 leaves a 10-pin on lane 4. Liberty Center, that one swings out wide. Picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin. And Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane 6. It's interesting to see how the boys play these lanes and then watch tomorrow to see how the girls play them. Andrew with a much more direct line to the pocket usually. And a stone 9 left for Andrew, pickup of 9. Looked like that ball might have gotten just a touch high on him. Strike for Liberty Center over on lane 5. Andrew picks up the spare. Liberty two-hander picks up the strike over on lane number 5. Slade McCorkle now. And Slade plays that one a little more outside than Andrew does, but gets back to the pocket. Picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin. Liberty Center's final bowler picks up 7, leaves 2-4-5 on lane 5. Ryan drops all 10 on lane 4. And Slade pulls that one inside again, misses the 10-pin. Liberty Center picks up the spare. And Hunter with a nice ball picks up the strike. Brennan up now, lane number 6. And he ends up leaving the 4-7. Pickup of 8 on his first ball. Andrew now, lane number 5. Andrew swings that one out a little wider than normal. Hit the dry and came back hard. Leaves the 3-6-10. Brennan picks up his spare on lane number 6. Riley right on target. Looks like he was about 12 at the arrows. Couldn't quite see what he was down at the break point. Andrew picks up the spare. Slade up now, lane number 5. Picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin. All right, so I was just checking the scores here. So we have Otto Glandorf in first place with 1129. Liberty Center is in second with 1091. Napoleon in third with 1067. Brian at 952 is in fourth. Evergreen is in fifth with 866. Sonora 864. Miller City 851. Delta in eighth, 844. Swanton 821 in ninth place. Patrick Henry 818 in 10th. Lincoln View 703 and Wauseon 694. So your top 3, Ottawa Glandorf, Liberty Center, and Napoleon. All right, back to the action here. So Andrew with a strike to start the third frame. Slade with a 7, or I'm sorry, looking at the wrong side of the board again. So Andrew 7 spare, Hunter 9 spare, or I'm sorry, Slade 9 spare, Hunter 9 spare, and a strike there just a moment ago by Brennan. Liberty Center picks up the 10 pin. Riley up now. Working on a strike in the previous frame. And another strike for Riley. Liberty Center picks up the strike to close out frame number 3. Tenora with 9 count on lane number 4, leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center, fourth frame, second game, and a strike for him. That's back-to-back strikes for Liberty Center, first bowler. Just took a quick peek at the chat window, and you are correct. Missed spares cost lots and lots of pins. I can think of at least 3, if not 4, 10 pins that Napoleon missed in that first game. Andrew gets 9, gets the 7 pin to wobble, moves it a little bit off the spot, but it won't go down. Andrew now, spare attempt, and he missed inside. And a strike for Brian over on lane number 4. And Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks it up on lane 5. Slade McCorkle now up on lane 6 for Napoleon. I think he's double checking where his footwork started. Ends up stepping off the approach. Reset and recenter himself. Liberty Center, lane 5, all 10 back. And Slade swings that one way out wide. Ends up with 6, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 7, or I'm sorry, 8, 1, 2, 4, 8. And almost a disastrous split for Liberty Center, but the 10 pin falls, leaving just the 7. And Slade picks up the spare there on lane number 6. Hunter up next for Napoleon. That one comes in a little bit light, ends up, fortunately, kicked out the 10 pin, leaving just the 2 pin behind. Makes that a much simpler spare pickup. Liberty Center left with a stone 9. Pickup of 9. Hunter picks up his spare on lane number 6. Liberty Center picked up their spare on lane number 5. And Brennan splits, leaving the 4-9. Pickup of 8 on his first ball. Didn't look like that bad of a shot, but at least from where I was standing. Andrew now, lane number 5. And he gets the 5 pin to go down, but not the 7, so a pickup of 9 on his first ball. Brennan picking up 1 out of the 2, dropping the 4 pin, leaving the 9 pin standing, so a 9 count in the 4th frame for him. He's sitting at 68 right now. Andrew now, spare attempt, needs to hold on and it won't. So that's back-to-back opens for Andrew. Sitting at 74 in the 5th frame. Riley now, lane number 6. And he drops all 10 for a strike. That's 3 in a row now for Riley after an open in the first frame. Coach Randy pulling the boys together along with Coach Dave to give them a little bit of encouragement. Liberty Center now, lane number 6. Picks up the strike. Oh, something doesn't feel right to Slade. He steps off. So Ottawa Glandorf coming out hot with an 11-29 game 1. Justin Yeager with a game of 255. Ben Flores, 235. Carson Yeager, 256. Bryson Comfer, 183. I'm sorry. I missed Aiden Rue. Aiden Rue had the 256. Carson Yeager was 183. And then Bryson Comfer was 200 for an 11-29. Slade McCorkle with a strike just a moment ago for Napoleon. That was on lane number 5. Hunter up now. Hunter coming in a little light, leaves the 245, a pickup of 7. And a 9 count for Liberty Center. He looks like he can't believe it, leaving the 7 pin. And a strike for Tenora over on lane number 4. Hunter now, spare attempt. Picks it up. And a strike for Liberty Center. Brennan with a strike just a moment ago. Riley now up lane number 5. Riley goes high and pays the price, leaving the 3, 4, 7, and 10. We are definitely getting some interesting leaves today. A few of these I have not seen all season long, so. And Brian picks up their spare on lane number 4. Riley, spare attempt. Got it! Nicely done. Cuts the 3 pin on the right side, slides that over into the 4-7, and the ball takes out the 10 pin. Couldn't have drawn it up any better. Andrew up now, lane number 6. Picks up 9, leaves the 7 pin. And Liberty Center with 9. Messenger rolled right in front of the 9-pin. Wouldn't take it out. Andrew picks up the 7-pin that time. Liberty Center picking up their spare over on lane number 5. Liberty Center with a strike over on lane number 5. Slade with 9 on his first ball, left a 10-pin, spare attempt, and he missed that one inside. So Slade with a 92 in the 6th frame, second individual game. Nine count from Liberty Center, leaving the 9-pin. Hunter up now, lane 6, and leaves a 7-pin. Looks like it might have been a little bit light into the pocket. I saw the ball veer towards the right side of the 9-pin as it was leaving the deck. Nice pickup there from Liberty Center on lane number 5. Hunter now, spare attempt. And he's got it. Brian picks up their spare over on lane number 4. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 5. Brendan up now, lane number 6. And leaves the 4-7. Tenora light into the pocket, picks up 7, leaves the 2-4-8. Nice ball there from Liberty Center for the strike on lane 5. Brennan, spare attempt to close out the 6th frame in this game number 2. Picks it up. Tenor gets all but 1 on lane number 4. Andrew up now, lane number 5. And Andrew with a strike there, dropping all 10. Tenor with a strike on lane number 4 there after swinging that one out wide. Slade up, lane 5 for Napoleon. And the 10-pin does go down, so a strike for Slade. That's 2 strikes for Napoleon to start this 7th frame. Liberty Center starting the 7th frame with a strike. And Hunter can't get the 8-pin to drop. It wobbled a little bit, but didn't go down. Guess the other pins just didn't lean on it hard enough. Liberty Center goes high on lane number 6, ends up leaving the 610, a pickup of 8. Hunter picks up the spare. Liberty Center picks up their spare. That was their second bowler. Running up now for Napoleon, lane 5. And he gets 9, leaves the 2-pin. Tenora picking up 8, leaving the 4-7 on lane number 4. And Liberty Center goes high on lane 6, ends up leaving the 4-pin. Brennan picks up the spare. So the lanes are definitely starting to transitioning. I can see the boys moving their feet just a little bit, try and stay ahead of it. Riley now, lane number 5, and all 10 go down for Riley. So a double for him. Strikes in the 6th and 7th frame. 6 for Liberty Center, leaving the 3, 6, 9, and 10. And we've got a pin stuck in the gutter on lane number 5. And Liberty Center, that one falls off into the gutter and comes out of the gutter to pick up a pin, so there'll be a scoring correction. So Randy Schweiger clears the gutter with a slow roller down the gutter. Brian now, lane number 4, and a strike for Brian. Liberty Center, lane number 6, and a strike for Liberty Center. That's a double up for him. Liberty with a strike over on lane number 5. That's a double now for him as well in the 7th and 8th frames. Andrew with a strike in the 7th frame, looking to double up here. Andrew picking up 9, leaving the 10-pin. Liberty Center with a strike. So your top 3 are Ottawa Glandorf with 1129, Liberty Center with 1091, and Napoleon with 1067. Behind them are Bryan, 952, Evergreen down to 866, and then Tenora, Miller City, Delta, Swanton, Patrick Henry, Lincoln View, and Wauseon. So again, your top 3, Ottawa Glandorf, Liberty Center, and Napoleon. Slade up now, also working on a strike from the previous frame. That one comes in light and leaves the 210. Liberty Center faced with their own split over here on lane 5, picks up 1. So a 9 count in the 8th frame, and the third bowler sitting at 145. Slade got to get to the left side of this 2-pin. Good attempt, picks up 1. So Slade in the 8th frame is sitting at 120 after that open. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 5. And Hunter not sure how they're going to count that. I think they're going to count that as 9. Tenora up on lane number 4. That one goes left of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 6 pin. Hunter now, spare attempt on the 7. And he picks it up. Brennan up. Nice ball from Brennan. All 10 back for the strike. I try to check the chat as often as possible, but we're kind of playing double duty here. The computer is also being used for the scoring as well as the live streaming, so it may be a slight delay before I get to your comment, but I look at them all. Andrew with a strike there in the 9th frame. Riley up now. 2 in a row, looking for 3, and he can't get the 10 pin to drop. 9 count. So it looks like Christian's in for Slade to finish out game number 2. And he comes in a little light, but gets some domino action, leaves the 5 pin standing. Pickup of 9. So Christian Horner is in for Slade McCorkle. Riley picks up the spare there. Christian now, spare attempt. Got it. Christian, one of the 3 freshmen on the bench, coming off and making a real difference this year. We've got Christian Horner, Fox Taylor, and Jacob Donette. Liberty Center now on lane number 6. Nice ball for a strike for him. 8 count for Tenora, or I'm sorry, 7 count for Tenora, leaving a split on lane 4. Hunter with a strike on lane number 5. If I saw that right, it looked like it went a little left of the head pin. Nice ball from Liberty there for a strike on lane number 6. Tenora picks up 2 out of the 3 over on lane number 4. Brennan up now. Nice ball. Messenger takes out the 10-pin for the strike. That's a double up for him in the 8th and 9th frames. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves the 10-pin. Riley gets 9, leaves the 4-pin on lane 5. Liberty Center spare attempt, picks it up on lane 6. Brian gets 9 over on lane 4, leaving a 4-pin. Riley picks up his spare. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. All right, we're back to the action now. All right, Liberty up on the left lane to start the 10th frame. Liberty's also got a bowler on the right lane, ready to close out the 9th frame. Liberty starts out the 10th with 9, leaves a 6-pin. And Liberty Center picks up another strike to close out the 9th frame there. He's got 4 in a row now. Liberty Center picks up the spare there on lane number 5. Andrew up now to start his 10th frame in this individual game number 2. Remember, there'll be 3 individual games followed by 5 Baker games. And Andrew starts things out with a strike. Nice ball from Andrew. So Liberty Center did pick up their spare on the left lane. He's getting ready to throw his last ball in the 10th frame. And he gets a 10-pin to drop for another strike. So a game of 226 for Liberty Center, first bowler. Andrew looks like he pulled that one a little bit, picks up 9, leaves the 3-pin. So Andrew pointing at his shoulder, so it looks like he closed down that shoulder as he was coming through the release, which changed the angle of his shoulders and changed the angle of his shot. And just grazes it for the spare. And Andrew finishes game number 2 with a 183. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Christian Horner now, 10th frame. And a good looking shot, but leaves the 10-pin standing. Looking for his spare ball here. So spare ball is usually a plastic ball, sometimes a less reactive ball. It takes it's a cover stock that won't quite hook as much, allows them to shoot the spares much straighter. And Christian missed his spare attempt, got it started too far right. So he'll finish. He and Slade will combine to finish with a 148 in game number 2. Hunter now, his 10th frame, and he starts out with a strike. So doubles up from the 9th frame. Liberty Center over on lane number 5 gets a strike. So that's 2 for him in the 10th. He's got 1 more coming. Hunter looking for his own double in the 10th here. That one comes in just a little bit light, leaves the 2-4-5, pickup of 7. And Liberty Center finishes out with 3 strikes in a row for a 195. Hunter finishes up with a spare and a 209. So Liberty Center, we had a 226 for their first bowler, 213 for their second, and 195 for their third. Napoleon with a 183 for their first bowler, 148 for the seconds. That was Slade and Christian. Andrew was the 183, and Hunter just finished up with a 209. Brennan Babcock now, and he starts the 10th out with a strike now, stringing 3 of them in a row. So Brian in game number 2, their first bowler finishing with a 225, then a 190 for their second, 192 for their third. And Liberty Center goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. Tenora, their first bowler, 203, second bowler, 202, third bowler, 204, fourth bowler, 225. Brian picks up the spare. That was their fourth bowler. Finishes with a nice game of 265. Brennan picks up 8 on his second ball in the 10th, leaving the 3-6. Liberty Center's fourth bowler finished with a 203. Brian with a strike by their fifth bowler over on lane 4. And Brennan with the spare there finishes with 205. Riley starts out with 9, leaving the 10 pin. Brian with a strike on lane number 4. And looks like he finished with a 179, so a 1051 for Brian. Liberty Center picks up 1, finishes with a 211 and a 1048 total. Riley, spare attempt here on lane 6, picks it up. Looks like 1022 for Tenora. Last ball for Riley in the second game. He's sitting at 202 right now, plus whatever this ball is. Gets 9. So that should be, what, a 220 game? Or no, 211, sorry. 211. So Napoleon finishes with a 956. Okay, so they're working on getting the scores entered for game number 2. As soon as I have them, I'll let you know. All right, I'm going to mute myself for just a minute until game 3 gets underway. All right, Liberty Center got 9 on their first ball, missed the spare attempt. It was a 10-pin on lane 3. Andrew up now, lane number 4. And a strike for Andrew to start things off. Tenora, lane 5, gets the strike. Liberty Center coming in light, leaves the 2-4-5, pickup of 7. Christian stays in and picks up a strike on his first ball in the 3rd game. And a strike for Tenora over on lane number 5. Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane number 3. Hunter with a strike on lane number 4. Tenora comes in light, leaves the bucket for the left-hander, the 1, 3, 6, and 7. A strike for Liberty Center's 3rd bowler just a moment ago on lane 3. Liberty Center with another strike for the fourth bowler. Brennan up now for Napoleon. Brennan goes high, leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7, and 10. Almost picked up by Tenora was the washout. Picks up 3 out of the 4. Good attempt there. Liberty Center pick up 8. Leaves the 6, 10 on lane 3. Just missed the spare attempt, Brennan did. Didn't clip the 3-pin to slide it over into the 4-7, so a pickup of 2. So a 7 count for Brennan in the first frame. And Tenora picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. Riley up now, and he gets a strike. Looks like Riley's made a ball change. Not using that green ball anymore. Tenora picked up their spare on lane number 5. Andrew up now. Andrew with back-to-back strikes. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving the 5-pin. Christian up now, and he gets 9, leaves a 6-pin. Liberty Center picks up the spare. Christian now, spare attempt. Covers up. 9 count for Brian, leaving a 9-pin down on lane number 5. Liberty Center drops all 10 for the strike. That was their second bowler. Hunter up now, strike in the first frame. And he gets 8, leaves the 4-7. Brian picks up their spare. And Hunter chops. Pickup of 1. And Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 4. And Brian picks up 2 out of 3 on the 3-6-10. Picking up 3 in the 6. Brennan now, lane 3. Picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin. Nine count for Liberty Center, leaving a 7-pin on lane 4. Brennan now, spare attempt, got it. Riley now, and he goes high, picks up 9, leaves 6-pin. And Liberty Center picks up their spare. Riley picks up his spare. Ryan can't quite hold on, misses the 10 pin, it drops off into the gutter. Andrew up now, lane 4. And he goes high and splits, leaving the 4-6. Some ways I think the 4-6 is even worse than the 7-10. Andrew misses his attempt, ends up with 8 for the frame. Liberty Center with a strike over on lane number 3. Tenora up lane 5. Nice ball from Tenora for the strike. Christian Horner now, lane 4 for Napoleon. Nice ball, a strike for Christian. Liberty Center misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2-8 pickup of 7. And a strike for Tenora on lane number 5. Hunter up now. Hunter missed his spare attempt. Tenora picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 5. Liberty Center with 3 straight strikes in a row for their 3rd bowler on lane number 3. Brennan up now, lane 4. And that goes way left of the head pin. Pickup of 7, leaving the 1-3-8. And another strike for Liberty Center down on lane 3. Also 3 in a row for him. Tenora picked up 7, leaving the 4-7-8. Brennan, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Looks like 9 count for Liberty Center, their last bowler, leaving the 4 pin. Riley up now for Napoleon. Riley laces that one, that's a strike for him. A little bit of a stumble there in the 3rd frame. 3 out of the 5 Wildcats opened in that frame. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Tenora, lane number 5, ends up splitting, leaving the 8-10. Andrew now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And he leaves a solid 10. Pickup of 9 on his first ball. And the messenger slides in front of the 9-pin for Liberty Center on lane 4. So he'll have 9. Andrew missed his spare opportunity. Let that get away from off to the right. Tenora also misses a spare opportunity on lane number 5. Liberty Center spare attempt picked up. All right, so we have a update after game 2. Liberty Center is now taking the lead with a game 2 of 10:48, bringing them up to 21:39. Otto Glandorf is in second. They had 9:72, bringing them up to 21:01. Napoleon with 9:56 up to 2023 is in third. Brian, 20 pins back at 2003, had a 10:51 game in game 2. Tenora, 10:22, it moved up to 18:86 in 5th place. Then Evergreen in 6th with 17:56 total. Delta, 16:91. Patrick Henry, 16:72 is in 8th. Miller City, 16:70. Swanton, 15:96. Wasion, 14:19, and Lincoln View at 1400. So your top 3 are Liberty Center, Ottawa Glandorf, and Napoleon. 21:39 for Liberty Center, 21:01 for Ottawa Glandorf, and Napoleon 2023, and Brian 20 pins back at 2003. Liberty Center getting 8, leaving the 4-7. A strike for Riley. So a double up for him in the 3rd and 4th frames. Brennan with a strike before that. Hunter and Christian also with strikes in the 4th frame. And Liberty Center chops, picking up the 7-pin, leaving the 4-pin standing. So he's sitting at 86 in the 4th frame of this game number 3. Liberty Center with a strike over on lane number 3. That's in the 5th frame. Liberty Center still in the 4th frame on lane number 4. Picks up 9. Leaves the 10-pin. Slow roller rolls off into the gutter. Spare attempt from Liberty is successful on lane number 4. Liberty goes left of the head pin, leaves the 5-pin standing, a pickup of 9. Liberty Center now, lane number 4. And a strike for them to close out the 4th frame. Liberty Center now, 5th frame, picks up the spare. Andrew up to start the 5th frame for the Wildcats. Brian picking up 8, leaving the 2-7 split. Andrew now, lane 4, and picks up 6, leaves the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Liberty Center with a strike. After that open frame, back on the strike train. Andrew gets ready for his spare attempt on lane number 4. Nicely done. It's easy to leave that back pin if you're not careful. Liberty Center with another strike on lane number 3. And a strike for Tenora. Looking at the scoreboard here, Tenora went all bowlers in the 4th frame with strikes. So a double up for Tenora's first bowler. Christian with 9 leaves a 10 pin on lane 4 for Napoleon. And another strike for Liberty Center, so 4 out of 5 bowlers in the 5th frame with strikes for Liberty Center. And another strike for Tenora. That's 3 in a row for him. Tenora's first bowler also with 3 in a row. Christian now, spare attempt, picks it up, hangs on. Tenora's third bowler up now. That one goes a little high, leaves the 6-10, pickup of 8. And Hunter with a strike, nice ball from him. So a double up for Hunter. Slade with a strike. So it looks like Slade in for Andrew, maybe? And a strike for Brennan on lane number 4. Tenora splits, leaving the 4-6-10 on lane 5. And a strike for Riley. So Riley with 3 strikes in a row now. Christian up on lane 3. Picks up 8, leaving the 3-9. Tenora picked up 2 out of the 3 on their spare attempt on lane number 5. Christian picks up 1 out of 2. Another Liberty Center strike on lane 4. Hunter up. He goes left of the head pin, but it's a Brooklyn strike. Hunter takes a sigh of relief. That's 3 strikes in a row for Hunter in this game number 3. Frames 4, 5, and 6. Brennan up now. And a 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 10 pin. Brennan drops all 10 for a strike. That's 3 in a row for him. Brian picking up 9 on lane 5, leaving a 6 pin. Liberty Center, spare attempt on lane 4, picks it up. Riley now to close out frame number 6 on the final individual game. And a strike for Riley, 4 in a row. Brian up now, lane number 5. And a strike for him. A little light in the pocket, but it's swished through for the strike. And a split for Liberty Center, leaving the 4-6 on lane 4. Brian comes in light, leaves the 210 on lane 5. Liberty Center up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Liberty Center. That's 3 in a row now for him. Liberty Center finishing up on frame number 6, picks up the spare. They've got their 5th bowler still to bowl in frame number 6. Liberty Center with a strike just a moment ago on lane number 4. That was 3 in a row for him. Slade up now. Lane number 4. And Slade drops all 10 for the strike. So a double up for Slade. Liberty Center goes high, leaves the 3-10 split on lane 3. A strike for Brian over on lane number 5. Christian up now, lane number 4. And Christian leaves a split, leaves the 4-10. And Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 2, picks up the 10 pin. And an open frame for him, and he has 126 in the 7th. Christian now, spare attempt. Misses both. So an 8 count for Christian. He's got 124 in the 7th. Liberty Center, lane number 3, gets the strike. They're having fun with it. Tenora with a strike on lane number 5. That's now 5 in a row for bowler number 1. Hunter picks up 9, leaves the 7 pin. Liberty Center picking up 9, leaving a 4 pin standing. And Tenora picks up 8, leaves the 210. Hunter picks up his spare on lane number 4. Liberty Center with their spare on lane number 3. And Tenora won't get any additional pins. So their second bowler had a string of 4 strikes before opening up in the 7th frame. He's got 142 as it stands. And a strike for Liberty Center's anchor bowler. That's 4 in a row now for him. Brennan Babcock, lane 4, he's pointing, so it must have been left. Leaves the 6-10. To Nora's left of the head pin. Leaves the 1-3-6, a pickup of 7 on lane 5. Brennan now, spare attempt. Oh, and he missed inside. So Brennan with an open in the 7th frame, sitting at 117. Slade with a strike on lane number 3. I believe that one went to the left side of the head pin. He throws his hands up. Counts the same on the scoreboard, whether you hit the left side of the head pin or the right side. Riley with a strike. Now that's 5 in a row for Riley. Nora up lane number 5. That one goes high and splits. Christian left with a 3-6-10, picks up 2. So he's sitting at 133 in the 8th frame. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 9 pin on lane 4. Liberty Center, spare attempt, lane 4, picks it up. Hunter with a strike a moment ago. Brennan Babcock with a strike on lane number 3. Riley with a strike there. That's now 6 in a row for Riley. 4 out of 5 Wildcat bowlers with strikes that frame. Brian missed the 210 leave. Won't pick up any additional. Sitting at 153 in the 8th. Liberty Center with a strike.
Spectators, just a heads up, you might want to think about getting that lunch special early before all the bowlers start getting done. At $7, you get your choice of a hot chicken sandwich.
Ryan
or a
comes
hot
in
dog,
light
along
and
with
splits,
chips, cookies,
leaving the
and a
3-7. Liberty Center, this is their 8th frame on the right lane. Picks up the strike. Liberty Center on the left lane is in frame number 9. And he goes high and splits, leaving the 4, 7, and 10. Not an easy leave for a right-hander. Liberty Center, final bowler, 8th frame, picks up the strike. Now he's strung 5 in a row together. Nice attempt there by Liberty Center, picks up 2 out of the 3. So he's sitting at 174 in the 9th. Slade up, Ninth frame for Napoleon. Gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Brian now spare attempt at this 3-10 or 3-7, picks up 1. So he's sitting at 121 in the 8th frame. Slade, spare attempt here. And he picks it up. So a spare for Slade in the 9th, the foundation frame. Looks like we've got Fox Taylor going in for Christian Horner. He's another one of those freshmen that have made a big difference coming off the bench this year. Christian, Fox, and Jacob have all contributed greatly. Fox's first ball of the match, and all 10 down for a strike. Liberty Center ends up splitting, leaving the 4-6-10 on lane number 3. Hunter up now for Napoleon. And Hunter comes in a little light, leaves the 2-4, 5, and 8. Brian goes high, ends up leaving the 3-6, a pickup of 8 on lane 5. Liberty Center picks up 2 out of the 3. So another open for Liberty Center in the 9th. He's sitting at 154. That's their second bowler. Hunter now, spare attempt on lane 4. Got it. Brian picks up their spare. And a strike for Liberty Center. Lane number 3. That's 3 in a row now for their third bowler. Strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Brennan now, lane 4. Nice ball from Brennan. Splits the pocket, all 10 back. That's a double up for him. Liberty Center going left of the head pin. Pickup of 9 leaves the 10 pin. Brian, 9 count, leaves a 10 pin on lane number 5. Riley now, lane number 4. And he gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Thank God the 10 pin went down. So Riley with a string of 5 strikes comes to an end there. I'm sorry, 6 strikes there. Riley picks up his spare, so a spare for Riley in the 9th frame. Liberty Center getting ready to finish up their 9th frame on lane 3, and a strike for him. He's got 6 in a row now. Strike for Slade to start off the 10th frame. Builds on that spare he had in the 9th. Liberty Center goes high and pays the price, splitting, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. This one's a tough one, but it can be made by a right-hander. Got to get the ball out on the right-hand side of the 6 pin and slide the 6 pin back across into the 7. Not an easy conversion, but I've seen it done. Another strike for Slade on lane number 3. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Oh, nice attempt. Just missed. So 183 is what he finishes with. After opening in the 9th and 10th frames. Slade now, lane number 3. And he comes in soft and picks up 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 10. But it won't matter, that was his last ball. So Slade finishes with a 209 after coming in for Andrew, I believe. Fox Taylor up now. And he picks up 8, leaving the 610. And Tenora's got quite a mess on lane number 5, leaving the 3, 4, 6, 7, and 10. Actually, the 9 is back there too, so he only picked up 4. Fox now, spare attempt, picks it up. And Tenora picks up 4, so a total of 8. So sitting with 164 in the 9th frame. Liberty Center missed the head pin on lane number 4, leaves the 1, 2, 4. Fox, last ball, 10th frame, lane number 3. And gets 9, so 172 for Fox coming in for Christian. They combine. And Liberty Center misses the head pin again, on this time on the left side, picks up 2 out of 3. So Liberty Center finishing with a 173. Hunter now, lane number 3. And he gets all 10 to drop for a strike. And the Tenora bowler slips, won't pick up their spare. Finishes with a 138 in game number 3. Liberty Center now. That one also looked a little light. Ends up leaving the 2 pin, pickup of 9. Hunter with another strike. 2 in a row for Hunter. Tenora getting 9, leaving the 5 pin. Liberty Center, lane 4, spare pickup. Nope, missed inside. So 213 for the 3rd bowler. Hunter now, last ball, 10th frame. Gets 9, can't get the 9 pin to drop, so a 204 for Hunter. And 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 3 pin on lane 4. Tenora missed their spare attempt on lane 5, hooked right by it. Brennan pulls that one way left, misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 3, 6, 8, and 10, pickup of 5. Liberty Center ends up sending that one too far right to start out. Misses his spare attempt, so another open for Liberty Center, ending with 184. Nine count for Tenora over on lane number 5, leaving a 10 pin. And Brennan picks up 4 out of 5, so an open for Brennan, finishing with 170. Tenora, spare attempt, lane 5. And that one fell into the gutter. That one will have to be corrected. Riley up now. Left lane, 10th frame. He's got a spare in the 9th. Would love to get the strike here. And the messenger. Strike for Riley. So Brian with a strike to start the 10th frame on lane number 5. Riley now second ball, 10th frame, and another strike for Riley. So double up in the 10th. Liberty Center up now, lane number 4, getting ready to throw his first ball in the 10th. And another strike for him. That's now, I believe, 7 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 7 in a row now. Brian coming in way light, missing the pocket. Riley picking up 9 on his final ball, leaving the 7 pin, finishing with a nice game of 258. 10-13 total. So quick rundown of the scores. 209 for Slade, I believe combining with Andrew as memory serves. 172 was Fox and Christian. 204 for Hunter, 170 for Brennan, and 258 for Riley for a 10-13. Liberty Center with another strike on lane 4 in the 10th frame. Brian picks up their spare and finishes with 181. Can't quite tell what Tenora had in the 10th. It looks like maybe 193 for their first bowler. Another strike for Liberty Center. That's 3 in the 10th, and he finishes us up with a game of 268 and 1021 total. So 180 for Liberty Center. It was 183, 173, 213, 184, and 268 for 1021. So Napoleon won't gain any ground on Liberty Center, finishing 8 pins behind them in game number 3. I'm sorry. Tenora's first bowler finished with a 181. It was Brian's bowler that finished. Nope. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, 193 was Tenora's first. Okay. Pay attention to the arrows. So Brian's first bowler was 181. Tenora's looked like it was 193. Tenora's second bowler is 173. All right, Brian finishes with 6. That's their second bowler, and a 167. Tenora's third bowler has 2 strikes in the 10th. His final final ball of the 10th frame on the way. And he gets 3 strikes in the 10th and finishes with 168. Brian splits, leaving the 7-10. That was their third bowler. So a pickup of 8. And Brian picks up 1 more. So Brian finishing with a 129 for their third bowler. Tenora's fourth bowler picks up 9, leaves the 8 pin. Bryan goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 6-9. Tenora converts their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Tenora picks up 8 more, leaving the 3-7. Not that it matters. They finish with 141, the fourth bowler does for Tenora. Bryan picks up the spare. He'll get one more in the 10th. And a strike for Bryan on their final ball. And a 182 for bowler number 4 for Bryan. Tenora with a strike. That's their final 5th bowler. That start the 10th frame. Bryan's 5th bowler starts out with 7, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-2-4. Tenora's 5th bowler now, lane number 6. That one goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Bryan, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of 3. So 181 for Bryan's 5th bowler, combining for 840. So Bryan's first bowler, 181, then second, 167, 129, 182, and 181. Tenora's last bowler picked up the spare, finished with 156. So first bowler, it looks like I said, I can't quite see. There's a little bit of something covering the screen. I think it's 193, 173, 168, 141 for bowler number 4, and 156, combining for 830. All right, there will be a brief intermission while the teams get something to eat and refuel and rehydrate. And then we'll get started with the 5 Baker games. Before the Baker games get started, I'll give you a rundown on the scores after they've tabulated, the 3 individual games. If memory serves, I believe the top 3 teams advanced to the district final. Districts being held at interstate lanes in Rossford, Ohio this year. So on Thursday and Friday, but they'll be flip-flops. So the boys are bowling on Thursday today, so they'll be bowling Friday next week. And vice versa for the girls. The girls will be bowling tomorrow in the sectional event. So if you can come out and support our girls, do so. Otherwise, watch the live stream. Again, a 10 a.m. start time, approximately. All right, we're going to go radio silent for just a little bit while the teams get something to eat in them, and we'll be back.
Teams will meet back on the lanes at 1:15.
coaches, you can come up to the control counter to get your standing sheet. Just send one head coach up from each team.
All right, bowlers, start making your way back to your lanes.
All right, just a quick rundown here. Things are about to get started with the Baker games. After 3 individual games, Liberty Center is leading. They had a game 3 of 10-21, leading with 31-60. Ottawa Glandorf, 30-79 total, a game 3 of 9-78. Napoleon in third. Game 3 was 10-13. 30-36 was the total after 3 games. Bryan in fourth, 28-43 with a game 3 of 8-40. Tenora, 27-16 at number 5. Number 6, Evergreen, 25-13. Delta, 25-08. Miller City, 24-82. Patrick Henry, 24-56. Swanton is 10th with 24-01. Lincoln View, 21-22, and Wauseon with 20-50. And I've just been informed that this year in sectionals, they're going to take the top 4 teams out of sectionals. So that would be Liberty Center, Ottawa Glandorf, and Napoleon and Bryan right now. Tenora is 127 pins back. Evergreen is 330 pins back of the cut line. Delta, 335 back. Miller City, 361. Patrick Henry has 387. And Swanton, 442. Lincoln View, 721 back. And Wauseon, 793 back of the cut line. So we've got 5 Baker games. Anything can happen. But right now, your top 4 are Liberty Center, Ottawa Glandorf, Napoleon, and Bryan. All right, so just to recap, your top 4 teams, Liberty Center, Ottawa Glandorf, Napoleon, and Bryan.
Lady Cat scorekeepers, we're going to be turning in scores after every 2 Baker games. All right, bowlers going to be turning your lanes on. You're going to get 1 shot on your starting lane only. 1 shot on your starting lane only.
All right, so we'll have a little bit of a warm-up here, and then we'll get right into the Baker games. So we're going to go radio silent for just a couple of minutes until they get ready to get started.
at this time. All right, we got 6 teams of Bakers. Good luck, bowlers.
All right, so getting ready to start Baker games. My memory does not serve me well. It's actually 6 Baker games instead of 5. Liberty Center gets things started. And they get 9, leaving 9 pin. Slade will get things started for Napoleon. And 9 count for him, leaving the 7 pin. Brian starting out with a strike. Liberty Center's spare attempt. Picks it up. Slade now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Brian gets 7 on their first ball, or in the second frame. Liberty Center leaving another 9 pin. Pick up 9 in the second frame. Looks like Andrew up next. Andrew finds a strike. And Liberty Center picks up the spare. Hunter picks up a strike. So back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. So if you missed it before, we've got Liberty Center in the lead with 31-60. Ottawa Glandorf at 30-79. Napoleon in third at 30-36. Bryan in fourth, 28-43. Tenora in fifth, 27-16. And Evergreen, Delta, Miller City, Patrick Henry, Swanton, Lincoln View, and Wauseon. And Brennan picks up 9, leaves the 4 pin. Liberty Center with 7 on their first ball, leaving the, looks like the 1-2-10. Picks up 2 for Liberty Center on lane 5. Brennan now spare attempt. Picks it up. Liberty Center with a strike over on lane number 5. We've got Riley up now, and Riley with a strike. So Wildcats clean through the first 5 of Baker game number 1. Brian with a strike down on lane number 4. Liberty Center's anchor bowler up, and he puts a strike on the board. And Slade adds a strike for Napoleon. That's a back or a double for them. That strikes in the 5th and 6th frame. Another strike for Brian down on lane 4. That's a double for them. Liberty Center, their first bowler back up in the 6th frame. And he drops all 10. So 3 strikes in a row for Liberty Center starting back in the 4th frame. Andrew Gallagher up now for Napoleon. Lane number 6. And looks like 9 leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center, lane 5. And that one comes in a little light, and he gets the leaves the 2, 8, and 10. A nasty split, or nasty leave. Brian with now 3 strikes in a row. And Andrew picks up the 10 pin, so a spare for the Napoleon. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 3, so that's a total of 8 pins in the 7th frame. They're sitting at 128 in the 7th. Hunter gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Brian with a 4th strike in a row. Hunter picks up the spare. So clutch, these spares in this position. Every one counts. Brian picking up 4 down on lane 4. Liberty Center drops all 10. That's a strike in the 8th frame for them. This is Baker game 1 of 6. Brennan Babcock picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. Top 4 teams will advance to the district tournament next Friday at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio. Back-to-back strikes for Liberty Center on lane number 5. Brian now their spare attempt. Gets all but 1. Brennan picks up his spare attempt. Brings up Riley in the anchor spot. Liberty Center with a strike in the 10th frame. Riley now up. And Riley adds his own strike. Brian picking up 8 pins, missed the head pin, leaving the 1-3. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaves a 4 pin. Riley now up, lane number 6. And Riley picks up 8, leaves the 2-8. Brian picks up their spare in the 9th frame. Liberty Center picks up their spare, and they will finish Baker game 1 with a 2:07. Riley now spare attempt, picks it up. Again, that spare is a little bit of a tricky one with the sleeper in behind, so Napoleon finishes with a 2:15 in Baker game 1, so they'll pick up 8 pins. I believe that's the same 8 pins that they lost to Liberty Center in game number 3 of the individuals. All right, sorry about that. So Slade McCorkle picks up 8 to start Baker game number 2. Looks like the 2-5 out there. Liberty Center starts out Baker game number 2 with a strike. And Slade picks up the spare. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 6. Andrew Gallagher up now for Napoleon. Andrew picks up 7, leaves the 3, 6, and 9. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks it up. Andrew gets 2 out of 3, so an open frame for Napoleon. Tenora up now, lane number 4. Tenora gets 9, leaves a 9 pin. Liberty Center with another with a strike. Lane number 6. Hunter Ehlers with an 8 count, leaving the 6-10 on lane 5. Liberty Center with back-to-back strikes on lane number 6. Hunter now, spare attempt, picks it up. Tenora now, spare attempt, lane 4. Misses inside. Liberty Center, 3 strikes in a row now, Baker game number 2. Brennan gets 8, ends up leaving the 4-8. And another strike for Liberty Center, 4 in a row now. Tenora leaving the 1, 2, and 9, a pickup of 7 in the second frame. Brennan now, spare attempt. Got it, nicely done. Liberty Center, lane number 6. Gets another strike. That's now 5 in a row for them. Tenora picks up 2 out of 3. So an open frame in the second. Riley with another clutch strike. Liberty Center with 9 count, leaving the 7. Strike for Tenora on lane number 3. Slade up now, Napoleon, lane 5. That one goes high, ends up leaving the 3, 6, or 3, 4, 6, and 10. Strike for Tenora, back to back on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare. That's the 8th frame for them, Baker game number 2. Slade now, spare attempt. And he chops, picks up 1 more. So 7 pins in the 6th frame for Napoleon. We're sitting at 88. Liberty Center leaving a 10 pin on lane number 6 in the 9th frame. A 3rd strike for Tenora over on lane number 4, 3 in a row. Andrew Gallagher, lane number 5. And he gets 8, leaves the 6-10. Liberty Center blanks on the spare attempt and open in the 9th frame at 207 is their total. 8 count for Tenora on lane number 4, leaves the 2-8 for a second attempt. Andrew now, spare attempt, got it. So after bowling the first game clean, Napoleon with 2 open frames here. Liberty Center's anchor bowler adds a strike to the first ball in the 10th frame. Hunter ends up leaving the 4-9, pickup of 8. Tenora now attempts 2-8, picks it up. Liberty Center, second ball, 10th frame, another strike. Hunter now, spare attempt, lane number 5. Picks up 1, so a third open frame. So we're sitting at 115 in the 8th. Tenora picks up 9, leaves the 6 pin. That's on lane 4. Brennan up now. And the messenger doesn't, couldn't tell if it went down or not. I think they said no. So it's going to be a 9 count, and they're going to reset the 10 pin. Yep. And Tenora missed their spare attempt on lane 4. So 235 is what Liberty Center ends up with after getting 8 on his final ball. Nice Baker game there from Liberty Center. Tenora with another strike. That time in the 8th frame. Brennan picks up the spare. Riley picking up a strike in the first ball of the 10th. A strike by Tenora in the 9th frame. That's a double. Riley a little late on that one. Gets 2 extra pins to fall. Leaves just the 4 pin. So Napoleon will lose some pins in this Baker game. Another strike by Tenora to start the 10th frame. That's now 3 in a row for them. Riley now, last ball, 10th frame. Picks it up. So 155, Baker game number 2 for Napoleon. 235 for Liberty Center. Tenora now, getting ready for the second ball, 10th frame on lane number 4. And another strike. Tenora stringing 4 strikes together. Looks like the coaches are having a little bit of information session with the boys. I gotta give a shout out to both of our boys' coaches. They do a wonderful job with the team. All right, slate up, ready to start Baker game number 3. And all 10 pins drop. It doesn't have to be pretty, but it still has to count. It still counts as a strike on the scoreboard. So Tenora finished with a 9 count and a Baker game of 213. And Brian finished with a Baker game number 2 of 129. Liberty Center starting out Baker game number 3 with a strike as well. Andrew Gallagher up now, lane number 6. And a strike for Andrew, back-to-back strikes. Liberty Center gets another strike. Thought that one might have hit a little high, but it carried through for the strike. Hunter. And Hunter drops all 10. There's 3 strikes in a row for Napoleon. Nice ball from Liberty Center and 3 strikes in a row for them. Brennan Babcock up now for Napoleon, lane number 6. And another strike for Brennan. Both of these teams, Liberty Center and Napoleon, both bowl out of River City Bowlaway, so they know each other well. 8 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 3-6. And Riley with a strike, so 5 strikes in the first 5 frames in Baker game number 3. Brian started out with a strike over on lane number 4 in this 3rd Baker game. And a missed spare opportunity there by Liberty Center, picking up no additional pins. They're sitting at 84 in the 4th. Slade comes in light, ends up picking up 9, leaving the 2-pin. Another strike for Brian, back-to-back. And a split for Liberty Center, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Slade now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Andrew Gallagher up next. Brian adds a 3rd strike in a row. Andrew now lets his ball go. And he ends up leaving the 3, 6, 7, and 10. Pickup of 6. Brian gets 9, leaves the 10-pin. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. So an open frame, back-to-back opens for Liberty Center. They're sitting at 93 in the 5th. Oh, and it bounced in front of the 7-pin, and then it bounced in the back of. So Andrew only picks up 3. So a 9 count in the 7th. They're sitting at 164. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 4-pin. Hunter up now. Hunter gets 9, leaves the 4-pin. Brian missed their spare opportunity in the 4th frame. Liberty Center now, spare attempt in the 5th frame, got it. Hunter up now, lane number 6. There's a strike for Brian down on lane 4. Hunter picks up the spare on lane 6. All right, so Brennan Babcock with a strike in the 9th frame after Hunter's spare. A strike on the lane number 5 for Liberty Center. That's back-to-back strikes for them. Riley starts out the 10th frame with a strike. 8 count for Liberty Center in the 9th frame. Leaves the 3-6. All right, after this first 2 Baker games, we've got Liberty Center in the lead. 36-02. Napoleon in 2nd, 34-06. Or do we have all the teams for the first 2 games? Okay. Ottawa Glandorf, 34-01. In third, Brian in 4th, 31-68. Then Tenora is in 5th place. They're 38 pins back. I think that's 38. It's either 38 or 36. It's 36, sorry. Delta is 323 pins back. Then Miller City, Evergreen, Patrick Henry, Swanton, Lincoln View, and Wauseon. So 243 is what the Wildcats end up with in game number 3. Liberty Center starts out the 10th frame with 5, spare attempt underway. Picks up the spare, so he'll get one more. And Brian leaving the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. We've seen that a couple of times today. Pickup of 5. And 196 is what Liberty Center ends up with for Baker game number 3. Brian picking up 3 more for a total of 8 in the 7th frame. So Napoleon and Liberty have switched. They're getting ready to start Baker game number 4. Brian and Tenora are still finishing up Baker game number 3. Brian picks up 9, leaves the 4-pin. Liberty Center starts out with 9, leaves the 4-pin. Slade up now for Napoleon on lane 5. And all the pins go down for a strike. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Picks it up. Brian picks up their spare in the 8th frame of Baker game number 3. Andrew up now. We're in Baker game number 4 here. And he picks up 7, leaving the 2, 5, and 8. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaving the 6, 10. Brian now lets their ball go and picks up 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8. Andrew now, spare attempt, got it. Nice pickup there. It's easy to hit that 2, 5 and send them to each side of the 8-pin in the back. Liberty Center picked up 8, or their spare on lane number 2. Hunter drops all 10 for a strike. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. Brian with a spare in the 9th frame. 7 for Liberty Center, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Brennan Babcock up for Napoleon on lane 5 next. And not quite enough to take out the 10-pin. Gets 9. Liberty Center chops, picking up 1, leaving the 6, 10 standing. That's a total of 8 in the 4th. They're sitting at 64. Tenora finished Baker game number 3 with a 182. Brennan picks up the spare. Liberty Center with a strike in the 5th frame. Brian picks up 8, leaves the 3, 6. Riley leaving the 310, the baby split on lane number 5. He's in the 5th frame of Baker game number 4. Brian just finishing up Baker game number 3. He's got 1 ball left in the 10th frame. Liberty Center a strike in the 6th frame, back-to-back strikes. Brian picks up the spare, and they finish with 185 for Baker game number 3. Riley picks up just 1, so an open frame for the Wildcats. They're sitting at 87 currently in 5th frame. And another strike for Liberty Center, 3 in a row now. Slade up. And Slade wobbles the 5-pin, but it won't go down. Pickup of 9. Liberty Center goes high, gets something to kick out the 6-pin, but the 10-pin stays standing. Slade picks up his 10-pin, so a spare in the 6th. Liberty Center up now, lane number 6. Missed the spare opportunity, so an open in the 8th frame. They're sitting at 151. And a strike for Andrew in the 7th frame. Tenora starts out Baker game number 4 with 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10 washout. Hunter gets 7, leaves the 3, 6, 10 on lane number 5. Liberty Center's 5th bowler getting ready to start the 10th frame. That one goes high, leaves the 6, 10, pickup of 8. Hunter picks up his spare. Tenor now, spare attempt. Picks up 3. Liberty Center now picks up their spare, so he'll get 1 more in the 10th. Brennan now. Can't get the 7 to go down. That's 9 count for him. Spare attempt, or I'm sorry, last ball of 10th frame for Liberty Center is 9, leaves the 10 pin. So they'll finish with 190 in Baker game number 4. Brennan picks up his spare. So if Riley strikes out, he can finish up with, looks like 196, if my math is correct. Tenora with back-to-back strikes over on lane number 4. Tenor now, lane number 4. 9 count. Can't get the 10 pin kicked out. Riley starts with a strike in the 10th. So back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. Tenora, spare attempt, lane 4. Misses it off to the right. So an open frame. They're sitting at 66 in the 4th. Riley ends up with 6, leaving the 2, 4, 5, and 7. and finishes with 192. So Baker game number 4 was 192 for Napoleon and 190 for Liberty Center. All right, so the teams have switched. They'll be getting ready to bowl their final 2 Baker games. Sonora with 8 can pick up a 1, so they'll get a 9 in the 5th frame. They're sitting at 75 currently, Tenora is. And Liberty Center starts out game number 5 with a strike. Tenora getting 8, leaving the 6-9. Slade starts things out with a 9, leaving a 7-pin. Liberty Center picks up 6, leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 7. Slade now gets ready for his spare attempt here. And he missed inside, so an open frame for Slade. Liberty Center now, spare attempt. Picks up 2 out of the 4, so an open frame for them in the second, total of 8 pins. Tenora missed their spare opportunity. They'll end up with 8 in the 6th frame. They are sitting at 83 currently. Andrew with a split, leaving the 8-10. A rough leave for a decent looking shot. Another strike for Liberty Center. Their second of this Baker game number 5, the first 3 frames. Tenora with a strike in the 7th frame. Tenora looking to finish strong in this 4th Baker game. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 10-pin, lane number 5. Andrew won't get any additional. So an 8 count in the second. So back-to-back opens for the Wildcats in Baker game number 5. Tenora now lane number 4. And another strike for Tenora, back-to-back. Hunter with a strike for the Wildcats. And a spare pickup there by Liberty Center on lane number 5. And another strike, 3 in a row now for Tenora. Brennan Babcock, lane number 6. And he gets 8, leaves the 6-10. Liberty Center, their anchor bowler, starts out with a strike in the 5th frame. Tenora now, lane number 4. And he'll pick up 7, leaving the 3-5-6. Brennan now, spare attempt. He's got it. So Liberty Center, we're halfway through the 5th Baker game. We got 1 more after this. Gets 9. 9-pin just stands there staring at him. 9 also for Hunter. I'm sorry, that's Riley, leaving a 10-pin. Nice pickup there by Tenora in the 10th frame. They'll get 1 more. Spare there by Liberty Center on lane number 5. Riley now And that one falls off to the right, so an open frame for Riley. That one will get fixed. A strike for Liberty Center in the 7th frame. Tenor, last ball, 10th frame. Gets 9 more. Finishes with a 179. That was Baker game number 4 for Tenora. Liberty Center goes high, leaves another 9 pin. Slade now up, lane number 6, 6th frame. And he ends up leaving 8, leaving the 4-7, or I'm sorry, picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. Liberty Center picks up their spare. And Slade picks up his spare. Nine count, or a missed spare opportunity there, or I'm sorry. That was the first ball. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 4 pin in the 9th frame. Andrew up now, lane 6, 7th frame, and he drops all 10 for the strike. Brian finishing up with a Baker game number 4 total of 165. Liberty Center picks up the spare. Hunter with a strike, back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. Liberty Center starts the 10th frame with a strike. Brennan Babcock up now, lane number 6. And he gets 9, can't get the 4 pin to go down. And another strike for Liberty Center, 2 in the 10th. Brennan picks up the final pin for his spare. So spare in the 9th. Riley starting out 10th frame. He gets 9, leaves the 4 pin. Liberty Center, final ball, 10th frame. And the last pin falls for the strike. 183 in Baker game number 5. Riley now, spare attempt. Picks it up. So he'll get 1 more. So Tenora with a strike to start the 5th Baker game. Riley, final ball, 10th frame, Baker game number 5. And he'll pick up 7 more and finishes with a Wildcats finish with 170 in Baker game number 5. All right, so Liberty Center and the Wildcats are on their last Baker game. Tenor and Brian in Baker game number 5. Coach is having a word with the boys. So After 3 Baker games, Liberty Center was in first, 37-98. Napoleon in second with 36-49. Ottawa Glandorf in third at 36-05. Bryan was in fourth, 33-53. Tenora was 39 pins back in fifth. Delta 347 in sixth. Then Evergreen, Miller City, Patrick Henry, Swanton, Lincoln View, and Wauseon. Just as a reminder, the top 4 teams will advance to the district tournament being held at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio next week on Friday. Slade starts Wildcats out with a strike in the final Baker game. Liberty Center got 9. Liberty Center spare attempt underway. Picks up the spare. Andrew up next for the Wildcats. Andrew goes a little bit high, ends up leaving the 6 pin. Liberty Center now up on lane number 6. That one's swinging out wide. Comes pickup of 8, leaving the 9-10. Tenora with another strike in the 6th frame. Andrew picks up his spare. That's the 2nd frame of the 6th game. Tenora and Bryan are in the 5th Baker game. Nice pickup there by Liberty Center, picking up the 9-10. That's not an easy one. You get a split right down the middle. Go right between the 9 and the 10. Hunter picking up 8, leaving the 6-10. Tenora back-to-back strikes in the 6th and 7th frames. Bryan spare attempt on lane 4. Picks it up. Liberty Center now, lane number 6. Gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Hunter now, spare attempt, lane number 5. He's got it. And 3 strikes in a row now for Tenora. Bryan leaving the 6-10, pickup of 8 on lane number 4. Liberty Center now, spare attempt on lane 6. And he misses, so an open frame for Liberty Center. Brennan Babcock up, lane number 5. And he gets 7, leaves the 1-2-8. Liberty Center, lane 6. Picks up 9, leaves the 4 pin. Bryan converts their spare on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare in the 4th frame, final Baker game. Bryan gets a strike over on lane number 4. That's the 6th frame in the 5th Baker game. Nice pickup there by Brennan, picking up the 1-2-8. Liberty Center looks like 9, leaves the 4 pin. Tenora with a strike to start the 10th frame. Riley with a strike in the 5th frame for the Wildcats. Bryan picking up 8, leaving the 3-10 on lane number 4. Liberty Center picking up the spare in the 5th frame. Slade now. That one goes high and it splits. He ends up leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 7. Two strikes in the 10th for Tenora, with 1 ball to remain. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving a 10 pin. Slade with a good attempt there, picks up 2 out of the 4. So an 8 count in the 6th frame. Final Baker game. We're sitting at 101 while the Napoleon Wildcats are in the 6th frame. And Tenora bowls all 3 in the 10th and finishes with 211. Andrew gets 6, leaving the bucket 2, 4, 5, 8. Liberty Center splits, leaves the 6, 7, 10. Brian picking up their spare on lane number 4. Andrew picks up his spare in the 7th frame, Final Baker. Strike for Brian in the 9th frame. Brian and Sonora battling for that 4th spot. 9 count for Hunter, leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center only got 2 out of the 3 in their 7th frame, so an open for them. 110 total. Strike for Brian to start the 10th frame. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 4 pin. Riley now, or I'm sorry, that's not Riley. That was Hunter. And Hunter opens, so they're sitting at 129 in the 8th frame. Liberty Center picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Brian now, second ball, 10th frame. Gets all 10 to fall. Remember, Tenora finished with 211 in Baker game number 5. Brandon Babcock with a strike in the 9th frame. And a strike for Liberty Center in the 9th frame. Brian gets 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8, and finishes with 187 in Baker game number 5. Riley gets 9 to start the 10th frame, leaves the 6 pin. 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 6 pin. Riley, spare attempt, picks it up. Liberty Center, their spare attempt. Picks it up. Both Napoleon and Liberty Center are very good spare shooting teams. Riley now, last ball, 10th frame. And all 10 go down. So 169 in the final Baker game for the Napoleon Wildcats. Liberty Center, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 9 and 169. So Liberty Center and Napoleon both finishing with 169. All right, we'll switch the camera over to lanes 1 through 4 so we can watch Tenora and Brian on their final Baker game. At the halfway mark, Tenora was only 39 pins back of the cut line. So this one could get interesting, folks. Because they picked up 30 pins right there, at least 30 pins right there. Let's see, 4 would be 191. So 24 pins. Brian starting out the last Baker game with a strike. Tenora picking up 8, leaving the 2-8. Brian now, second frame. And another strike, back-to-back strikes for Brian. Nice ball there from Tenora, picks up the spare. Tenora's second bowler up, frame number or lane number 4. And a strike for Tenora. Brian up. Ball's underway. Comes in light, misses the pocket, leaves the 1-2-4-10 washout. Tenora's third bowler up. And they all go down, Brooklyn. Both teams have to keep their emotions in check a little bit here. It's good to get excited and let that energy flow, but you need, when you step on the approach, you need to just calm your nerves and go about your business. I've got an unofficial scorekeeper here that says that Brian is up by 1 pin going into this final Baker game. Brian picking up the spare there. Nice ball from them. Tenora now up on lane number 4. Gets 9, can't get the 10 pin kicked out. Brian with another strike. Every spare crucial now. And Tenora can't quite convert. So an open frame in the 4th, they're sitting at 77. 9 count for Brian, leaving a 10 pin. Tenora now, lane number 4. And a strike for Tenora. Brian up now, lane 3. Misses their spare attempt. So an open in the 5th frame, sitting at 94. And another strike. Tenora doubles up. Brian up now, lane number 3. That one comes in light, gets a little bit of domino action. Pickup of 8, leaving the 1-2. Oh, the 7 pin fell on lane number 4, so they'll have to reset the rack. Good catch by the Tenora team. Stopped their bowler just before he started. Brian now, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picks it up. All right, full rack of pins for Tenora. Brooklyn Nope. Picks up 9. Leaves the 10 pin. Brian goes way to the right on that one. Ends up leaving picking up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 5. Tenora's 10 pin got racked, so they'll have to wait for it to get spotted. Brian, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picks it up. Tenora now, every spare. Something didn't feel right, he steps back. Brian gets 9, leaves the 4 pin. Tenora ready now for their spare attempt. Oh, it came out of the gutter. So they'll have a score correction, open frame in the 7th. So sitting at 134 in the 7th. Brian misses their spare attempt in the 8th. They're sitting at 139 in the 8th. So Tenora up in the 8th frame right now. And a 9 count for Tenora, leaving a 10 pin. All right, Tenora up for their spare attempt. Gets it. That's a huge spare for Tenora. And a split for Brian. They pick up 1 out of the 3, so another open. So Brian goes open in the 8th, 9th. They're sitting at 147 in the 9th. They strike out. Their max is 177. And Tenora with a strike in the 9th frame. Tenora, 10th frame. Just needs to keep it on the lane. And a strike. And that should do it, folks. We'll wait till the official numbers, but from what I'm being told, that wraps it up. Tenora will grab the number 4 spot. 7 more for Tenora, leaving the 1, 2, 8. They've got 1 more in the 10th. Brian gets 8 in the 10th frame. So left with a 4-7 for a spare conversion. And Tenora picks up 1 out of the 3 and finishes with a 199 for Baker game number 6. Brian chops, picks up only 1 and finishes with 156. All right, now we just wait for the teams to finish and the scores to get tabulated. Looks like Patrick Henry is still bowling. Who's bowling with Patrick Henry? Evergreen, maybe? Evergreen looks like they're done. It's just Patrick Henry. Looks like all the other teams have finished, so Patrick Henry is finishing up the 10th frame currently, and then we'll get the scores tabulated, and we'll let you guys know, and we'll have the awards ceremony.
Don't forget to check out the spiritware.
All right, so we should have the official announcements here momentarily. We'll announce the teams advancing to the district tournament at Rossford, or the Interstate Lanes in Rossford, and also the 4 individual qualifiers not part of an advancing school that will advance on to the district tournament. All right, I want to thank everybody that has been on the live stream. We've had pretty good viewership. All the comments in the chat room, appreciate that. Join us again tomorrow. We're not done yet, but join us again tomorrow to root the girls on as the girls have their sectional tournament. And then hopefully we'll turn around and do it all again next week, both boys and girls, with the district tournaments up at Interstate.
All right, here's your team results. In 12th place with a 29-17, Wasion. In 11th place with a 29-42, Lincoln View.
Wasion in 12th, Lincoln View in 11th.
In 10th place with a 32-93, Swanton.
Swanton in 10th.
In 9th place with a 32-96, Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry in 9th, 32-96.
In 8th place with a 33-87, Delta.
Delta in 8th place, 516 pins back.
With a 34-44, Evergreen.
Evergreen 34-44, 459 pins back.
In 6th place with a 35-51, Miller City.
Miller City 35-51, 362 back at the cut line.
In 5th place with a 38-61,
I'm sorry, 352.
Bryan.
Bryan in 5th place, missing the
And
cut
here are
line
the
by
top
42
4 teams
pins.
advancing to the district finals at Interstate Lanes next Friday. In 4th place with a 39-03, Tenora.
Tenora 39-03 in 4th place, advancing on the districts.
In 3rd place with a 41-80, Napoleon.
41-80 Napoleon advancing on the districts. 41-80.
In 2nd place with a 42-22, Ottawa Glandor.
Ottawa Glandor 42-22 in 2nd place.
And your tournament champion with a 43-40 in 1st place, Liberty Center.
Liberty Center 43-40.
All right, then here are your top 4 individuals advancing as an individual. Also will be bowling next Friday, Interstate Lanes. With a, I can't see the total. With a 584 from Patrick Henry, Austin Lammers.
Austin Lammers from Patrick Henry, one of the individuals advancing on the district.
In 3rd
584.
place with a 601, Brady Wall from Delta.
Brody Waugh from Delta, 601 individual qualifier.
In 2nd place with a 618 from Bryan, Dakota Brandeberry.
Dakota Brandeberry, 618 advancing as an individual qualifier.
And in 1st place with a score of 662 from Bryan, Aaron Singh.
Aaron Singh from Bryan with the 662 as our top qualifier, not part of a team advancing. All right, your high scores are a tournament high scores. Riley Ehlers from Napoleon with a 7:15 series was number 1. Landon Amstutz from Liberty Center was with a 7:11. And Justin Yeager from Ottawa Glandorf, 6:79. Then we had the Aaron Singh, Tim Blanton from Liberty Center, 6:58. Wesley Wilhelm, also from Liberty Center, 6:34. Aiden Rue from Ottawa Glandorf, 6:34. Carson Yeager, Ottawa Glandorf, 6:21. Dakota Brandeberry, we already talked about, from Bryan. That was a 6:18. And Hunter Ehlers, it was our number 10 bowler from Napoleon, 6:13. And right below him, Brennan Babcock, in number 11, with a 6:02, I believe. Yes, a 6:02. All right, that will wrap up our broadcast of this boys sectional tournament.
Any coaches, if you want an individual standing, we got them up here at the counter.
Want to thank everybody for joining the live stream.
We'll be emailing you the scoring program, so you'll have it in your email as well.
I got a copy. Anything for the individuals? Thank you.
All right, we want to thank everybody for joining us today. Congratulations to the top 4 teams and the individuals moving on to districts. We will be there with the live stream covering Napoleon next week. And hopefully you can join us back here to root the girls on for victory in their sectional tournament. So I'll finish as I always do with Go Wildcats, and we'll talk to you later.